All right, good morning, everybody. We are through 4 matches here. Finally have a second to get on the mic here and kind of update everybody as to how things are going, what we've got in front of us. So, as usual in our annual doubles event, we have got 2 patterns that we've put out for everybody today. Yesterday we had 8 games of qualifying in the morning block, and that was on the Petraglia pattern, which is a longer of the 2. I don't have the graphs in front of me right now. When I get back on the mic a little bit later, I'll have the patterns, and we'll go a little more into detail as to what they're like and that then. But anyways, yesterday in the morning, qualifying was done on the long pattern, and then we had a little lunch break. They re-oiled, and we came back, and we had another 8 games on the short pattern. And so today, during the match play, the left lane has got the short pattern on it, and the right lane has the long pattern on it. And so you'll see these matches kind of be maybe a little lopsided in one match or one game, and then they'll switch lanes on the pair and bowl the second game, and obviously then they'll be on the opposite pattern. So as was the case yesterday, the long pattern was higher scoring, and the shorter pattern has definitely been the lower scoring of the patterns. And so you'll probably see some lower scores on the left lanes and some higher scores on the right lanes throughout, except for a few teams that are able to definitely navigate it pretty well. That was a good effort. You're on the wrong camera. It's down there. Sorry.
You know I never do anything right the first time.
You'll learn.
I'll learn.
Anyways, you can see the scores across the bottom scrolling, and we just posted on Facebook. I'll try and get scores onto Facebook about every 4 games or 4 matches here. But I will have the ticker going across the bottom of the live stream, and that'll be updated after each game. The audio will be a little bit limited when I have a minute to get on and kind of go over where we're standing in that. I will. But as you can see at the ticker, or if you've looked online, the top 6 are in really good position. The top 2 are pretty. I'm not going to say solidified at this point, but they are definitely outscoring the rest of the field by a chunk. Yeah, plus 379 and plus 300 out of those 2 groups after 4 matches. The bonus structure is 15 pins per game, and then 20 pins for the 2-game total pinfall. So there is 50 bonus pins available in each match here throughout the day. Oh, I see Corby's logged in. Good to see you there watching. I don't know what time it is. Probably, I suppose, getting close to bedtime over there where you're at. Hope the trip is enjoyable. We did get Matt Payne's Hall of Fame speech recorded. I will have that uploaded too during one of my times away from the mic here, and then everybody can see. Sorry, just reading a comment. Then everybody can see Matt's speech, as it was a good evening. Alex, if you have a tie, you're going to split the points. That's how you get a half a point. So if they have a tie and you've got the bonus structure at 15 a game, you're going to end up with 7.5 a game for each team, or for that game. You're welcome. So anyways, getting back to it, yeah, we've got the top 2 really good position, plus 379, plus 300. And then there's a drop down, and there's only about 50 pins that separate the next 4 teams. And so that puts us right on the cusp of, what gets into the stepladder after this. Top 5 teams make it into the stepladder, so you got plus 208, Hogan and Holmes. They're just right on the outside looking in of that group that's still above 200. From there, it's about another 40, 50 drop down to the Polsers. And so again, that top 6 is looking pretty good. And the top 2 definitely look like they're kind of setting themselves apart a little bit, at least so far. We are early. We're only about a third of the way through. They're just wrapping up match number 5. And so I will have some updated scores coming across the ticker here pretty soon for you as we get updated through 5. All right, we got scores being collected. Should have an update through 5 here, or through 5 matches here pretty soon. As I promised, next time I got back on the mic, I'd have some more info on those patterns that we were talking about. For those of you just joining us that haven't been watching, the qualifying was done 8 games on one pattern and then lunch break, and then we came back for a second pattern in the afternoon. So yesterday they bowled on the 2024 PBA Petraglia pattern, which is 46 feet, and that took up the morning block, and then in the afternoon they came back after the re-oil, and they bowled another 8 games on the 2024 PBA Aubly pattern, which is 39 feet. So we had a 7-foot difference there between the 2 patterns that we used for qualifying yesterday. And we got a little glitch with the software, so I'll be back and continue more of that explanation in a little bit. That was pretty easy and painless. So back to it, we qualified yesterday. Long pattern in the morning and short pattern in the afternoon. Scores were definitely higher in the morning. It seemed like the teams were able to navigate the longer pattern a little bit better. Some of that may be a little leftover house memory in the morning time, and then by the time you put another challenge pattern over that in the afternoon, maybe it just tightened it up a bit. But for sure, when we came in this morning, there's definitely a tighter factor talking to some of the players. The patterns are showing that they're challenged a little more than house, a little more so here this morning than even yesterday. The higher scoring still continues to favor the longer pattern, and so today you'll see the short pattern on the left and then the long pattern on the right of each pair. So these are 2-game matches. There's 15 bonus per game available, and then there's 20 bonus for the 2-game total pinfall. So 50 bonus available per match. So those that can navigate the short and maybe be at least competitive with that, maybe even sneak out a victory on it, might have a better chance of getting that 50 bonus, because the long seems to be a little more friendly overall to everybody. I'm going to sign off the mic here for just a couple of seconds while I type in the ticker, the updated scores, and then you'll be able to see through 5 matches here coming across the bottom. Give me about 3-4 minutes here and I'll have it. All right, so there we got the ticker updated across the bottom for everyone. Little action happened that last match. Most noticeably to me, the team of Zach Andresen and Andrew Blaney shot only 360 that match, and 0 bonus, dropping them from 5th down to 7th. So again, we talked about that grouping that was at the top. We had a couple of teams, Gustafson, Hersrud, and the Brandon Kreyer, John Kreyer combo. They were both plus 300 and 370 going into the last set of matches. And they both only walked away with 15 bonus, so they only won 1 game each out of that, but they still go to plus 427 and plus 349 as they both shot in the 430s for the 2-game total. So they still went plus even before their bonus. So they stayed even with each other, basically 1 pin difference between those 2 teams at the top as we went through the next set of matches. I don't have through 4 in front of me, but Bach Nelson moved up into 3rd at plus 297. So I think that was a jump from 4th into 3rd for them. And then Hogan and Holmes, they shot 450 their last 2-game total pinfall match. And they got 35 bonus. So that propped them up into 4th, and they're only 4 back of Bach Nelson now. And then Burr Vermilyea jumps up into 5th. And they went 412 with 25 bonus. 273 over right now. And then still the top 6, over 200 over. But that's Kimmer and Upton now that have moved into 6th at 209 over. Andresen and Blaney again falling to 182 over. They were the group that was hovering at 5th going into that last set of matches. So a little bit of movement, but the top 4 basically, the top 2 stayed the same, and just a little rearranging from there in 3 through 7 now. Kind of looking at it, we're just over a third of the way through, so some of these teams, the Matafee-Ullman team, Clark and Carl, the Polzers, if they want to have a chance, and as we're mentioning that, we've got Clark and Carl on the short, on the other camera pair right now with the front 6, so we'll keep an eye on that. We're going to keep it where it's at because obviously Kreyer Squared has got a good game going here too. We'll watch. 290 possible if Brandon can finish this out. So far, there haven't been a lot of strings like this. We had a couple of teams that had the front 7 early on before we could have all of the cameras set up in that. Another dream shattered. Clark dead 10 on the 8th, or the 7th, so they made it to front 6. And as we saw, Brandon struck. But smart move. He's looking for a different look. He came walking back here to his bag, finding a different ball. The pinner 2 isn't going to matter in this match. They've got that wrapped away. 290 is it's a great game, but a meaningless extra couple of pins here compared to getting a nice read maybe for something going forward. Well, that one was definitely a lot slower down lane, the ball I'm speaking of. In its reaction than what he had in his hands previous. So hopefully he learned a little something out of that. Does finish the game off anyways, even for a nice 290. So that's 305 for that game with the bonus. So the Kreyers definitely be moving up, pushing the Gustafson Hersrud group. We'll pop back over here and continue watching Clark and Carl, see if they can finish off a 279 at least here. That's a good shot, Carl. So we've had some new people. Viewership has about doubled here in the last half hour coming on. So might be a little redundant for those of you that have been on for the last 20 minutes, 15 minutes, but we'll go over a little bit again of what we've got in front of us here so the viewers are aware. We have 2 patterns. Each pair's got 2 patterns on them. Yesterday qualifying was 8 games on each. Took a break at lunch and put the other one out in the afternoon. Today during the match play, you've got 50 bonus pins possible each match. That's 15 per game, and then 20 for the 2-game total pinfall. The left lane has got the short pattern on it, and the right lane has got the long pattern on it. Oh, now a flat 8. So the left lane, when I say short, what we have out is the 2024 PBA Aubly pattern. Mike Aubly. That's 39 feet in length. Ratio is 4.4. So out of the 2 patterns, it's about a solid 1 lower on the ratio. And it's got about 26.85 mils to the pattern. So a little bit less than what the longer one has. On the right lane, we use the 2024 PBA Johnny Petraglia pattern. And so that's 46 feet. Ratio is 5.2, so again on paper a little bit softer. 27.3 mils. And I think you definitely saw that, especially yesterday in the qualifying. But even today, where the higher scores typically have been coming from that longer pattern. Now here we are watching Clark and Carl, potential 259, and that is on the short. But that's what I had made a mention of, about 10 minutes ago, is you can get lined up on it, you can get a good look, and you've got the right roll. I mean, this is exactly what they need to do, and this is one of the teams that I was talking about. They're at 116 over right now only. They needed a game like this, and they needed, a potential, like 35 to 50 on the bonus side too, to really make a move up in the standings. So if you can get lined up on that left lane and have a look, you've got a chance at, sweeping some extra bonus, because typically the right lane has been the one that's kind of proven to be the winner out of each match. But I was in just a little bit, yeah. Just didn't quite get that out to the spot. Carl real nice and soft with it, so that wasn't one of those just kind of hard pulls. I think he just kind of got it inside a targeted titch. .248, still a very good game, and again, going to have at least the 15 bonus for this game. So, did they win the first match too? Okay. Well, win's a win. So apparently they won the first game. I wasn't quite paying attention to this. We were watching the other match. But so they're going to get the 50 bonus, which that's exactly what they needed to try and move up the standings here a little bit. I guess they did only have a 160, though, in the game, so they're not gaining a ton of pinfall. Mostly what they're going up is going to be the bonus, but sitting where they're standing, sitting where they're sitting, they needed that. All right, so we're going to go gather some scores here. We'll have updates through 6 matches coming up shortly then. So if you want to hang out, pay attention to the ticker. Within about 10 minutes, we should have new updated scores across the bottom, and then I'll have some different scenarios to talk about as we move forward from there. You do have Bach and Nelson. After 5 matches, they were your 3 seed. And then you have Lemieux and Payne in front of you right now on the camera. Through the 5 matches, they were the 8 seed. So 3 seed versus 8 seed right now, kind of in front of you. And real quick, before I run and grab scores, this is another one, and this is the guy to be able to do it too. I did talk to Ben Lemieux a little bit in passing, and he said Matt has really been whacking the short pretty good all day, and that's not a real surprise. Matt's got the speed to kind of overpower the fronts, and he's done historically very well on short patterns. Not handcuffing him into that's the only thing he can do, but he has had a lot of success on the shorter patterns. So here's another interesting match to watch, right? This is the kind of team that could give another big score out of that left lane that we aren't seeing a lot. And have it make a difference. And they're another one of the teams, just like the Polsers, that I said really needs to have a big game. They're 150 over, so they're about 120 back of that top 5 mark currently to get into the stepladder. So anyways, I'll leave you with that. We'll go gather some scores, and I'll update the ticker in a little bit. As you can see, ticker is updated across the bottom there, and yeah, we had some movement again. Not huge scores, but enough to get back into striking distance. The Zach Andresen and Andrew Blaney team shooting 405, getting 35 bonus, and that's what was needed. So they're back into the 200s. But that gap has now widened as the top 5 has kind of separated themselves even a little bit more. The top 2, well, let's just say the top 1, the Kreyer squared team shot 549 that last game. We saw the 290 that Brandon finished with on 29 and 30 there. And so that was a sweep for them as well in the bonus. So 609 for the 2 games is what they got to. It's actually 599. Sorry, 599 for the 2 games is what they got to. So, anyways, that jumped them up to plus 548. So that was quite a huge jump for them. Definitely making a big separation between first and second now. Second is plus 389. That is still Brady, Gustafson, and Lucas Hersrud. Bach and Nelson, they stayed right where they were there in third, shooting 427 and getting 35 bonus. The Gustafson and Hersrud team got blanked, so they got swept in their match, and they only shot 362. So again, that's where the separation is really coming from between the first and second now, as Brady and Lucas were in first at plus 427, and they had 60 pins, actually 70 pins on the team at Kreyer, but them shooting 360, no bonus, and the Kreyer shooting 549 and getting 50 bonus has made that huge turnaround. So we're now 548 to 389, 100 and almost 60, 159 pins of a lead over second the Kreyers have. Again, Bach Nelson, they shot 427. They got 35 bonus, and they just stayed right in third where they were. Kimmer and Upton, Dan Kimmer, Mike Upton, they shot 484 in their 2-game match and also had a sweep for 50 bonus. So they went all the way from 6th at plus 209 to getting into the 4th spot at plus 343 right now. So quite a good jump for those two as well, getting themselves up into the stepladder position right now. Burr, Vermilyea, they stayed right in 5th. They had a pretty good match. I'm going to guess they had one of those two. Oh, yeah, they had the Kreyer match. And so they had shot 448, which would normally get you a little bit of bonus, but they got blanked on that one. But still, they stay in 5th. Andresen and Blaney shooting that 405 and the 35 bonus did get themselves up from 7th into 6th. It did get them into the plus 200s as well. But unfortunately, that top 5 has all put themselves 320 or better over. So that separation is 99 pins between 5th and 6th. 109 between 5th and 7th, and that would be Hogan and Holmes. So they were in 4th, and they shot 317 that last 2-game set. So they went from 4th at plus 293 down to 7th at plus 210. So that was a very disappointing large drop for the Hogan and Holmes team. A lot of work now because, again, they're 109 out of the ladder. We are starting to whittle our ways down. They are in match 7. We've only got 12 matches, so we are over the halfway point here too. So for some of these teams, if you're in the single digits over, or the smaller double digits over, or even the small hundreds over, this is the time to put your foot on the gas pedal because they're starting to run out of time. A lot of games, but we're getting that larger separation starting to occur. Oh, and I got a mic that's blinking at me. I'm going to swap mics here quick. Give me a few minutes and plug this one in and get a different one, and I'll be right back on. All right. Hopefully everyone can hear me. We got a new mic plugged in. I got the other one charging. We should be good for a little while here. I do know that we are going to see another big move occurring when we gather the scores for match number 7. As I just heard word that Kimmer and Upton shot 300 and on the left lane. So apparently I was just talking to one of the spectators here, and we both are of the mindset where I think that short lane is really starting to shape and start to kind of open up a little bit, where I think the longer pattern has still maintained a little bit of that. It's got a little bit of that extra skid to where they just can't get it to maybe shape quite as well. So it does appear that maybe the Achilles heel of most the left lane isn't going to be as bad. And, touching on that a little bit too, so yesterday it was a drastic difference, right? The morning block was out. We had the long pattern for the morning block. For those of you that maybe are just tuning in, yesterday's qualifying was 8 games on both patterns. In the morning, we had the long pattern out. We had a lunch break, a re-oil, and then they put the short pattern out in the afternoon. The long pattern, I think, was at about plus 50 for the top 12 at that lunch break time frame. And I'm not sure exactly where we ended, but I believe it was a small minus to make the cut when it was all said and done, both patterns combined. So, the longer or the shorter pattern played, 10 to 15 pins less. I know the team of Skinner Stewart that's in it right now, they went like backwards 120 during the short pattern time frame of the tournament. So it looked yesterday as if the long pattern was, far and above the better scoring. Today it started off that way, but as this is going along, you can definitely see the scores are really starting to pick up on that left lane. So we've had a 300, we've had a 290, and a couple of 250s, all coming now from the shorter pattern. Just a testament to, I think, a little bit in like yesterday you had everybody playing it during the qualifying, so you got all these different angles that people are attacking it, and of course you have all these different surfaces. Let's face it, people see short and immediately their mind takes to urethane and they think that's the way to navigate it. And truth be said, there's been very little urethane that's been thrown on the short out of your stepladder teams. So if the best at navigating it aren't doing it, more than likely that's probably the route to take. So today you haven't really seen a lot of that, and I think that maybe plays a part too into how well this is really starting to shape up on that shorter pattern. But it will definitely be interesting to see as we continue through the day, because we are just barely over the halfway point, whether that continues to be the case or not. Zip over here as this match has started. The other bowlers are still making their way down. We have the right lane, Matt Payne, newest inductee into the CBA Hall of Fame last night. Congratulations again, Matt, on that honor. Goes in under the category superior performance, and very, very well deserved. Comes up high, leaving the 4-7 there on the long pattern. Yeah, there's been a little bit of carry down on those left lanes. That one held pretty good. All right, we'll see how Skinner can navigate this, make an adjustment off that first time he was on this lane. See if he can give his team a double here. Oh, good carry. Didn't know how that was going to go through the pins, but that went through just fine. You can see he's quite a bit further deep. He's got less speed than Anthony does, too. Anthony's staying a little bit righter, and I think just kind of scooting it through the front a little bit more. But again, we see the shorter pattern is starting to take some shape. These guys are seeing a little bit of hold. I think there's a little carry down that's maybe occurring, and it's giving them the ability to. Oh, there he moved in and set it out. Yeah. I don't know if he got nervous after his first shot and thought he had to move off of it, but. Oh, boy. And we see the other side for Matt. He had the 4-7 on his first frame on that lane. Now he's got the 6-10. Good spare for Anthony. So I think it'll be really interesting to see how the dust settles a little bit from match 7, because again, I know there were some bigger scores that came out of that. But just to see how they all play out. Hold there. Well, that's 2 in a row. He's just got the can opener right through the middle. Going through the pins just the way it needs to. Lemieux carried. Solid 5. As another one out the door. So I don't know if Anthony made a move or if his eyes are just playing with him a little bit and he just can't hit target the last few. But his first shot was 5 boards right of that, much more direct, held, and went through the pins beautifully. Looks like he's made a move off that, and the angles are maybe a little too steep. But that ball is not reading the lane at all. All right, we pop over to the other match going on camera. We've got Dave Ullman, Will Matafee. Didn't see what Dave left there for that split when he was up in the second, but everything else has been strikes for the team, and he'll be bowling Jace King, Dave Lutz. Saw Jace there with the 4-6. Otherwise, they've had a double and a spare. A fairly tight match, but obviously advantage to those stringing the strikes right now. Good shot. If they keep doing that, that'll be their match. Well, their game at least. Little shaker 7. Yeah, fortunate. Good 9. All right, well, we're going to gather some scores, and I will get the ticker updated. Let's see, we're through 7 matches. So after match 8, we'll make a post to Facebook as well with all of the full recap of the scores. But give me 5 minutes or so here, and I should have the ticker at the bottom updated, and we'll talk about match 7 and how it played out with all the teams. All right, the ticker's updated there for everybody at the bottom. And yeah, just like we figured, there was some movement for sure to be had. Like I said, Kimmer and Upton shooting 300. And so they had 230 their other game because they had 530 scratch for their 2-game total pinfall. That 230 must have been a loss, unfortunately, though, as they only did get the 35 bonus. But that brought them up into second place at plus 508. The Kreyers maintaining their lead, actually gaining another 100. Well, I shouldn't say gaining another 100, but earning another 100 in their match, shooting 465 and getting 35 bonus for an even plus 100 on that match. Gustafson, Hersrud, they got bumped down into third because of the Kimmer-Upton 530 match. And so they are third at plus 419. Bach and Nelson also being just bumped down by Kimmer and Upton jumping in front of them. They're fourth at plus 403. So they still went up about 50 in that match. And then we've got Burr, Vermilyea staying in fifth. They're at plus 373. They also gained about 50 that match. Then we have Lemieux and Payne, and they made a move up from 10th. And they got themselves all the way to 6th, shooting 466 and then 35 bonus. So getting to just over plus 100 in that last match, jumping them all the way then from 10th into 6th. That being said, the gap continues to get a little bit larger between what is the cut for the match play, or the cut for the step ladder, 5th place, and what the 6th place score is. 6th just seems to just kind of keep hanging around 220-ish over. It's been that way for the last 3 sets of matches. Currently that's at plus 245, and that's Lemieux Payne. It was at 222, and that was Andresen Blaney going into the last set of matches. But 5th keeps going up. It went up 50 pins just that last set of matches. So the gap now is about 140 between 5th place and 6th place. So the difference between getting in the ladder and not. 7th place is Andresen Blaney. They went up only about 20 that last match. They got to plus 242. Pulls are squared at plus 222 in 8th. Hogan Holmes plus 214 in 9th. They basically broke even the last set of matches. Matafee Ullman, same exact thing. They did break even in the last set of matches, so they're at 145.5 over. King and Lutz, they're at 130 over. So they basically doubled up in the last set of matches. And then Skinner and Stewart, been struggling kind of all day. They did gain 50 in that last match. They're working their way back to even at least here. But yeah, the story is kind of getting to be, the Kreyers up on top. Definitely putting on a little dominating performance. They went, they haven't had a set that's been under 400. And the 549 set obviously was a big jump, but then shooting 465 right after it and winning 35 bonus also was a large help. So they've got a 140 pin lead over second. So this is getting to the time frame where they're in a really good position, obviously, heading into the ladder, barring disaster. They should be, your number 1, maybe number 2 if somebody gets super hot. Obviously Kimmer and Upton getting 530 in the last set, and then 480 the set before that, and getting about 85 bonus between the 2 sets. They've made a huge jump up into second place. And if they continue, if they're having that kind of a look, if they're cracking open for them, then for sure they still have enough time to maybe run that top seed down. But they're going to have to keep doing exactly what they're doing and still probably hope for a little help from that number 1 seed to be able to get there. Otherwise, I think you're going to see Kreyer's probably sit there at top and just be able to kind of cruise into the stepladder from there. Kimmer and Upton, again, barring disaster, they should be in really good shape too. And the next 3 teams are at over 400, or 2 teams are at over 400 over. So I kind of think that they look pretty good too, again, barring some disaster. So it really boils down to the teams like Lemieux Payne and Andresen Blaney. And I'd give, even Polzers, because they're still 220 over. But they're going to have to get hot. And as I guess you can't see the cameras on the other pair, but 25-26 where we've got Payne and Lemieux, they've got at best they can punch out for even, so 200 the first game of the match. The good news, they're not being beat up on, still have a chance to actually win the game, and so they could really use that extra 15 bonus, but that's a team that's definitely going to have to get really hot and start to score if they want to get in. Andresen and Blaney, they're only 3 pins behind that, so the same exact thing goes for them. If they want to see their way in, they're definitely going to have to get super hot and put up some big numbers and potentially even need a little help from those that are there now. And this one's a tight one, too, for the bonus. He's going to get there. Oh. Heaviest pin in history. Well, I was going to say that was a 222 max to a 228 max going, but see what Jace can do here. That definitely puts the advantage into their court if he can double up here. Really good shot by Jace. Lutz, dead 10. And the other match on camera, you're going to have Payne Lemieux going to max a 180. But Skinner has left a 4-9. First shot in the 10th, so Payne Lemieux 179. So no matter what, even if Skinner doesn't pick up the 4-9, they're going to win the game, but they're still going to go. Oh, and he did pick up the 4-9. Good spare. Let's see where that does the math quick. Is it still? Yeah. The graphics are, so no matter what, it's still Lemieux Payne, but they're still going to go backwards, even with the 15 bonus. Not what they need. All of those teams that we mentioned before that are in like the 200s over are all going to have, some of these 2-game sets go plus 80 plus, get the bonus of at least 35, a match in total. Being able to go up about 100 at a crack is going to be pretty paramount for any of those teams that are in the 200s over. I don't know where the totals are at, but that 8 count was enough there for Jace to secure the game. 188 for Matafee Ullman. And 197, yep, for King Lutz. All right, I'm going to mute the mic here. We're going to gather the scores again, and I will come back on, update the ticker, and we'll talk about what went down during match 8. All right, everybody. Sorry for the delay in getting those scores updated. We had some, let's call it admin duty that needed to be addressed and taken care of. So anyways, scores are collected. We've got the ticker updated. I will have something posted up on Facebook here in just a minute. But I was just going to jump on the mic again, and we'll kind of discuss what went on here during match 8. The Kreyer shot another 500 for their games. They got 35 bonus out of that. And so they made another 140 pin move upwards. So they have increased that gap even more. That was 104. Well, actually, it's about exactly the same, about 140 pin gap. As Kimmer and Upton did maintain staying in second. They went about 40 forward. Gustafson and Hersrud, they maintained third place. They went about 60 pins forward. And Bach and Nelson stayed in fourth, also going about 50 pins forward in their 2 games. And Burr and Vermilyea stayed in fifth. The number at fifth is now plus 382, so that only went up 9. But here's where the big moves came. Andresen and Blaney shot 486 and 115 bonus to go 100 over. So that jump now makes the gap between 5th and 6th only 40. So some of these teams definitely took to heart the conversation about needing about 100 a match to be able to start moving, because that gap went from 130 down to just 40 between 5th and 6th as we head into the last 3 sets of matches. 7th, Lemieux Payne, they just dropped 1 spot. That's because of the Andresen-Blaney move forward. And then poles are squared. They stayed in the same spot. And Matafee, Ullman, King, Lutz, and Skinner Stewart, they all stayed the same as well. Those 4 teams are definitely in danger of kind of getting it away from them too much. Hogan Holmes, they're at 169 over. That's going to be 220 almost behind being able to get into the top 5 with only 3 matches to go. So, again, apologize for a little delay. I'll be back on for some more commentary in just a minute, but I'm going to get these scores updated on Facebook. Just wanted to jump on the stream, update that ticker, and kind of let you guys know how the matches went for round 8. All right, everything's updated on Facebook too if you want to see all of the results. Excuse me, so far through 8 matches, we have that updated. Probably be a good time. It's been a while since we've talked about how the whole thing went, so if you've been tuned in for most of the time this afternoon, you've probably heard it a few times, but if you're fairly new to tuning in, this is our Baker Doubles event, and every year we use 2 different patterns for this event. And so yesterday for qualifying, 8 games of qualifying in the morning, were contested on the PBA 2024 PBA Johnny Petraglia pattern, which is a longer pattern at 46 feet. And it had a 5.2 ratio, 5.2 to 1, and 27.3 mils of oil for all those that care about the important numbers. So scores were fairly high. They had 8 games on it. I think it was right at about plus 50 at that point, where the cut to the top 12 hovered when we broke for lunch. Took about an hour lunch break, came back. They had re-oiled, and we had the 2024 PBA Aubly pattern out for the afternoon block of 8 games. That pattern's 39 feet and a little lower ratio, 4.4 to 1 and 26.8 mils. So both patterns definitely fall smack dab in the middle of challenge. They're not sport and not recreational, but just challenge. Scores were quite a bit lower during the afternoon block, and there were a couple teams that even went over 100 back the other way that are still with us today. So they had scored extremely well on the longer pattern, and when faced with the short, struggled, but were able to still hold on and get into today's bonus bowling. So for today, we have the left lane as the shorter pattern, the Aubly pattern, and the right lane as the longer pattern, the Petraglia pattern. So the match we've got in front of us right here is a pretty good one, as the Andresen Blaney team, again, mentioned a little bit ago. They just went 500 over, or 500 their last match with bonus to get to 343 over and put them only 40 back from being into the step ladder. So knocking on the door a little bit here. They've got 259 possible here in this first game. Gustafson, Hersrud through their bowling. Those guys are 471 over, and they're sitting solidly in third, and really barring any mistakes. Oh, that could be costly. Zach couldn't get that 10 to get out. Barring any mistakes, I feel like Gustafson, Hersrud are definitely in a position where they've kind of got the step ladder in their hands. The gap did tighten a little bit when we were going into round 8 of matches. Oh, that was a big strike for Lucas. Got 250 now for them, and it's going to be 248 for Zach and Andrew. So what looked like they had potential to shut him out, which they did. Couldn't quite get her done, leaving that 10 pin, and they're going to take a loss. But 48 plus is the right direction to go, without a doubt. Especially when you're sitting on the outside looking in by about 40. And actually, the team that you're sitting on the outside looking at is just to the left here. Boom, right. Oh, I got a camera that froze up. Go take care of that. That's the score of Burr, Vermilyea, and that's who Andresen and Blaney are chasing to get in right now. And so you can see they're right at about 200 pace there. Go take care of that camera quick. I'll be right back. Well, this is a really good group of matches actually on the telecast. As we see Chad leaving the 3-6-9-10 after a four-bagger. But all four of these teams are within the top 6. So we've got Burr Vermilyea against Bach Nelson right here. And we've got, that's 4 versus 5 currently. Bach Nelson 459 over, Burr Vermilyea 382 over. So bonus a very important part in this match for sure. I saw Chad chop that about 2 matches ago, so he got her covered this time. Ryan with that Ion Max, probably the best smelling bowling ball on the market right now. Strawberry milkshake. Man, does that thing smell good. Well, an unfortunate error there. Unforced errors. Well, and on the long pattern, looks like Chad and Dan are having a hard time, at least on this pair, finding anything to hold. Thank you. All right. So I've got the update in front of me here, going through 9 matches. So hold tight. I'm going to enter this into the ticker quick, and then I will be right back on. All right, we got everything up there through match 9 now on the ticker running across the bottom. And, man, they just won't slow down. Going another 100 over in match 9. The Kreyers, John and Brandon, that gets them to plus 890. So they went 104 over that last block of 2. Maintaining second, Kimmer and Upton at 586. They went up about 41 to be exact. Also staying place right in third, Gustafson, Hersrud. So they're at plus 503 now. They were at 471, so got 32. Staying in fourth, team of Bach Nelson. They're up to 487 over. Also went up about 28 there, it looks like. And Burr Vermilyea staying in fifth. They went 45 over. We got plus 427 right now. Right behind them, we saw Zach Andresen in what would have been now match 10. Game 1, leave that 10 pin to shoot 248. Watch Lucas Hersrud strike out to beat him by 10. So we know that this will be a little bit skewed because match 10 is going to bring these guys up a bit. But Andresen and Blaney are currently sitting in sixth, so they maintain that position. They went 76 over, though. So they got to plus 419. They are only 8 behind Burr and Vermilyea now, so they have made up some pretty good ground coming down the stretch here in the last matches. Lemieux and Payne, they stayed placed right in 7th. Unfortunately, they went back 16. So they're at only plus 294, and I think that's probably the area where the gap is that we might be getting to too late in the day to maybe be able to make this up. Kind of looking at it, there's some pairs that look to be okay, but some that are a little tricky. And I think they cracked open for a bit, but now another little migration on both lanes is creating a little more over-under reaction from what they had kind of built so far. So, anyways, Lemieux Payne, they stayed in 7th, and Polzer Squared stayed in 8th. They're at 244 over, so it's a long road. All of those teams, they all needed to go at this point another 150 over after the last couple sets of matches, and have just kind of been treading water. Hogan Holmes, actually I take that back. Matafee Ullman made a move up into 9th at 224.5. And then Hogan and Holmes went back about 50. They're now at plus 116. King and Lutz at plus 40. Skinner Stewart just never really got it today. Kind of had a hard time throughout the course of the whole day. So. Having trouble with this one camera, but this match is all wrapped up, so let's see. Okay, she's running. So again, I made a mention, all 4 teams that we had on the 2 different pairs on TV here were in that top 6. But I think we'll see a little bit of movement. I don't think we're going to see any team really probably drop out of that top 6. And realistically, I feel like Lemieux Payne are maybe the only 2 that if they had a couple of good sets could maybe find a way to get there. And this is match 10 that we're watching now. Everything's a 2-game match, and so 15 bonus per game, and then 20 bonus for the 2-game total pinfall. So the bonus gets to be really important in the mix of all of this as well. And then, of course, match 12. So, again, this is match 10. Match 11 is our next or last of the round robin matches. And so match 12 is a position round, and of course that's always really important, especially when we've got a situation like this where you've got 6 teams that are super tight with each other. Well, not super tight, but you've got 6 teams, maybe 7 tops that are really in it, let's say. And then a few that are like miracles on the outside looking in. Well, those that are kind of in it, and I'd say especially in this case, that is spots like 2 through 6. Position round is going to be really important as to how they navigate that, because that 50 bonus will make a huge difference. Now, again, the Kreyers have definitely created a pretty big gap here. They have 304 pins on second place right now. So I feel pretty strongly that I think we'll see them as the number 1 seed. Behind that, that's Kimmer and Upton at 586, and then Gustafson, Hersrud at 503. Those are the only teams that are in the 500s over. So the bonus is going to be pretty important again, that 2nd through 6th kind of area. I see a fair amount of new names coming into the stream. If you're just tuning in, your left lane is a shorter pattern, 39 feet. There, I got it. Yeah, 39 feet, 26 mils, 4.4 to 1 ratio. And your right lane is 46 feet and 27.3 mils and a 5.2, so a little softer by the numbers. This match is, this game in particular, is probably a closer representation to what we've seen throughout most of the tournament, in that the right lane has been scoring, quite a bit higher than the left. But there's been a period where the right styles, let's say, have really matched up on the short, and they whacked it. So we've had 300, 299. And a couple of 250s, and they all happened right in. Let's see if I can find it. It was like around 6-7, right in there. The Kreyer shot the 290 in match 6 when they went 549 for the 2 games, and the 300, I think, for Kimmer and Upton came the next match. Exactly, yeah, match 7, when they shot 530 for the 2 games. The Kreyers came right back and shot 503 in match 8 after as well. So again, but they've been on kind of a different level than most of the rest of the field has been all through the entire match play. So the short pattern looked good for short period of time, but looking at the we just switched back over the other pair. There you saw that was 163 on the short there to 225 on the long, and now we've got 180 to what could be 228 possible here. I think that's good. We'll give that one to him. Unfortunately, it must have been taken away from the counter, so we give him that 9 spare. And yeah, not quite 220. Will be 2 teens here for Erik. So again, that's so. This is pretty much what we've seen for most of the tournament. That longer pattern, and actually, I look down the next pair to our left, and we got 239 on the long to 172 on the short. So, and it's, look, everybody, it's you got an advantage one match maybe, and then you don't the next. Everybody's on the same bit, so we're not concerned about long versus short. It's just that's the scoring pace has been that the long has kind of outscored the short for the most part. All right. Well, it looks like we're wrapping up here, so I'm going to mute, and we're going to go collect scores. You'll catch whoever's moving here next to start the next matches off, and then I'll update the ticker at the bottom as soon as we've got everything collected from what is match 10. So these guys are heading in to match 11, and then there will be, might take, in that 10-minute range of a break, as match 12 is position round. And like I alluded to earlier, I mean, that's really where, for some of these teams, that's what it's really going to boil down to. Again, with Kreyer's having a very, very large lead, 2nd through 6th, I think is all very attainable to any of them to rearrange within. 7th, I think, has an outside chance, maybe. And I think 8 and down really, really would have to be perfect to try to get into it. So I think the position round is going to be really fun. I'll, like I said, mute here. We'll collect match 10 scores, and you guys enjoy the start of match 11, and I'll be back. Well, there's one of those. These teams need to do something perfect to make a move. As soon as I get done saying, the teams that are 7th and below or 8th and below are going to need to be perfect. We have in 9th place at 224.5 over. Ullman and Matafee going with the front 7. Meanwhile, across from them, you've got 260 pace going by Andresen Blaney. So 2 teams on the outside looking in, although Andresen Blaney at plus 419 are only 8 pins out of the stepladder at the moment. Impressive coming down the stretch for sure. Will makes that spare. That was a big spare. And as I had mentioned just a bit ago, the bonus is going to become a pretty big part of this going down the stretch. The only thing that's unfortunate here between these two is that they're both on the outside looking in and could use the bonus pins, and they're, in that only one of us can win it kind of scenario. Well, Ullman with the light 4 tripping forward. So 279 max to 269 max here, and both teams really could use that bonus. Man, is he peered. That does make every shot this game for him, yep. Boy. There's the difference maker. Will with the bucket. The count is going to be important here. Boy, is that sharp. Little move in and just executed. So they're in the 260s. This is their bonus. Get them all well. Oh, man. Well, the plus 45 is helpful, but unfortunately, they needed the all of it. I mean, they needed a 279 plus the 15. Once again, they were at 224.5. Making the cut right now into the stepladder is about 430 over. So, but Andresen Blaney definitely doing the right thing. 269 plus the 15 bonus, and they were only 8 back. They were in 6th. So disappointing for Matafee Ullman. They could have had a really big game that could have boosted them maybe right back into the possibility of getting in. As it is, I think that Andresen and Blaney have just kind of solidified getting into that top 5. I was just delivered the sheets. So we're through match 10 here. I'll update the ticker in a second, but those of you watching, we'll get the news first out to you. The team of Kreyer squared for the first time today. Shot 350 only and 0 bonus, so they got swept. It drops them back to 842. They still have 210 pins on the next closest team. But they did go from 890 to 842. In second, Kimmer and Upton continued to maintain their position there. They are at plus 632, so they went up 50 during that match, which was all bonus. They shot 396 in score and got all 50, though, in the bonus. And then we've got Gustafson and Hersrud also maintaining where they were. They went up 30, 503 to 539 over. But there's the jump. Andresen Blaney going from 6th at plus 419 to 4th at plus 527. So 108, that match, exactly what I had said before. People are going to start to need to make these 100-pin jumps in the course of a match. They did just that, and they are in the stepladder as we sit. Plus, they just went 269 game 1 and got that bonus, so another 70 up that they're going to go after game 1. All right, 5th, that's Bach Nelson. They dropped back a spot because of the Andresen Blaney jump. They went from plus 487 to plus 493, so, but they are maintaining 5th. That gap is 24 pins over Burr Vermilyea. They're at 469 over. And they went up about 40, but they dropped a spot. Again, Andresen Blaney jumping two groups. Poles are squared also moves up a spot. So they go from 6th, from 8th to 7th, but that's only because Lemieux and Payne shot 346, and they were swept. So they dropped back down to 8th. So I believe now, pretty safe to say that it's just the top 6. I did say that after last group of matches. Oh, as we see, Will and Dave both miss single pin spares here in the 3rd and 4th. So as much as they just went 40 over, they get onto the short pattern. And it's not looking good. So again, I think we're at that top 6 for sure, because it's 247 pins between 6th and 7th. Then there are 2 teams in the plus 400s, 2 teams in the plus 500s, 1 team in the plus 6s, and 1 team in the plus 800s. So, all right, I'm going to mute the mic. I'm going to get the ticker updated, and we'll get ready. This is game 2 of match 10. So after this, or match 11, I mean. So after this, we head into the position round. So this break will probably be, a good 10 to 15 minutes off the mic as we get everybody sorted out. We make sure that they don't go back to lanes that they just came from for the position round, that kind of thing. So it takes a little bit longer to sort that out. But we'll be back shortly on the mic, and then you can finish watching these guys finish off the matches of round 11. All right. Everything's all sorted away, and we are under practice anyways, or underway with practice anyways for the position round. The two matches you're going to have in front of you for this round are going to be, let's see, starting with 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Quite honestly, 7th would need a miracle, and 8th through 10th is going to be a little bit of jockeying for position, basically. But we try to make sure that we keep, people from coming back to the same pairs they've been on in the match right prior to that. And basically, most of the top 6 have hovered, much to our viewing enjoyment, over the course of the last bit of the match play, but they've hovered right here on this high end. Specifically, we're using a pair gap between every pair that's in play. And so 25-26 and then 29-30 are the 2 stepladder pairs, and that is where the higher seeds have kind of hovered coming down the stretch. So we moved them out of this region, so to speak, and that so they're not coming right back onto pairs, 4 matches straight basically in the same area. So we have got 7 through 10 that'll be in front of us here right now. You're seeing the match, which they actually didn't take any practice, so everybody else got 2 practice balls on each lane, and then the higher seed gets to choose whether they want to start the match first, which is the left lane, or have the other team start. And in this scenario, that is basically choosing what pattern you want to finish on. In a normal CBA singles event, that decision would choose which lane you're going to finish on. So some people maybe see a benefit this lane over that lane. They've, had the right lane tighter, et cetera, et cetera. Here it just means, you like the long pattern better, or you like short pattern better. So it's a little different scenario in the Baker Doubles when you're bowling all one game on just one of the lanes. So anyways, these guys didn't want any practice. They jumped right into it. Your higher seed was Matafee and Ullman. So it looks like they wanted to start on that shorter pattern. And maybe the string of strikes that they had there. They had a 3-bagger there in the 5th, 6th, and 7th. And it looks like just single pins that they've left. So maybe the thought was that they had a pretty good look on that lane and kind of wanted to get off to a good start, take an early lead, and see if you can coast on the long pattern. And in a little bit, the camera will switch over to the other pair. They are actually just finished with their practice. So they're just getting underway. That'll be your number 7 seed, Ben Lemieux, Matt Payne, versus the father-son duo, Clark and Carl Pulzer. So to run it all down after match or round 11, the Kreyer contingency has dropped a little bit in their overall lead. They shot 352 in match 10, 396 in match 11. They still are plus 853. So they still have what is now a 190 pin lead. At one point in time, that was a 300-pin lead over second place. So anyways, that would be Kimmer and Upton in second place. They're at plus 665. So, again, they're about 190 back. Those guys are way down on 9 and 10. And realistically, within the top 5, it's just going to be a jockeying of position. It would have been kind of nice to have maybe seen match that's 5 and 6 seed as that one's going to probably be one of the more impactful on the stepladder, as that would be Bach and Nelson. They're at plus 577, and they hold the 5 seed right now against Burr, Vermilyea, and they're at plus 549. So bonus potentially could make a huge impact in that match. They are the only 2 teams that are in the plus 500s. After that, it's Gustafson, Hersrud at plus 601. So I think that match maybe is going to be one of the more interesting ones, but unfortunately, both of those groups had just come from these 2 pairs, and one of them had been on both of these 2 pairs over their last 2 matches. So we definitely had to get them off of this area because it's a great chance that they're going to be coming back here and not just anywhere. I mean, they'll be coming back for the first match in the stepladder. So. So Matafee and Ullman getting about 57 pins on Hogan and Holmes. Switch lanes, and Hogan and Holmes jump over the short pattern, and Matafee Ullman are now attacking the long. And this is again, the ones that we have on the live stream for position round. These are battles of for the most part, those that really can't make it in. Hogan and Holmes are plus 63. Matafee and Ullman are plus 248. If they shot 300 each game, which they didn't game 1, and took the 50 bonus on a sweep, that would have got them up to 499 over, which would leave them almost 100 back of where the stepladder number currently sits. So this match is definitely one that's not going to be overly impactful. The other match that we've got going, there we go. We got Lemieux Payne and the Pulsers. Lemieux Payne are in this scenario where if they could shoot, 260, 270 each game and then sweep, they would go, a couple hundred over. That would still only get them to 540 over, at which point somebody then in the stepladder would have to go backwards, which at the scoring pace that those teams have been going at seems rather unlikely. The Kreyers are the only team in the last match that had anything under 418. They were the only sub 400. In the round of 10, there were 3 teams that shot in the 300s. But as I alluded to earlier, I think that bonus will also be a fairly important factor. Again, you've got 15 bonus per game, and then there's 20 bonus for the 2-game total pinfall. Well, it looks like Matt got good Ben today. Ben was, I bowled with Ben for a chunk of years, part of that team, and we always knew Ben's first 10 pin he left, how the attempt went as to which Ben we were getting. And it looks like Matt has good Ben today. Yeah, 4-pin. Seen a lot of that. That is the short pattern. So as I say, on the left lane, we've seen a lot of the 4-9s and some of those types of splits. The long pattern has definitely shown us a lot more of the washouts. And the 210s and the 2810s. And if anyone listening at home wasn't aware, our CBA president, Matt Payne, who you're enjoying watching right now with his doubles partner, Ben Lemieux, Matt was inducted into the CBA Hall of Fame last night. We had our awards dinner, and we inducted Matt for superior performance into the CBA Hall of Fame. Very, very well-deserved honor. Yeah, you got the light 7 to get out of there. All right, I'm going to mute the mic for a second. I'm just going to run down and get an update on what our leaders are doing down there on 9, 10, and 13 and 14. I'll be right back. All right, well, Kreyer squared continues to struggle a little bit. Again, they didn't shoot anything. Let me do the fine checking here on it. Well, match 3, they had a 417 for the 2 games. Otherwise, they went 440, 430, 417, and then 470, 430, and then 550, 465, 503. But they 350, 396 for their last 2 sets. And they have 87 in the 9th right now, and a spare potential convertible spare in front of them in the 7th. Meanwhile, Kimmer and Upton are in the 250s. They had 228 with a double in the 10th about to throw. So they got into the 250s, and they'll get the bonus on that. So they are going to make up some ground on Kreyer squared there. It'll be interesting to see. That was on the long pattern for Kreyer and the short for Kimmer Upton. So as they flip-flop how they do that. But it does look like the left side maybe not as nice as it comes down the stretch, starting to transition a bit more for them. It definitely looks a little less friendly as it did earlier in the day for them. The other match, you have Hersrud, Gustafson. I walked away right as they were finishing. I think they got to 180 and 223 for Andresen Blaney. So game 1's going to go to Andresen Blaney, and they have got a 50-pin lead already in that bit. Unfortunately, I did not catch the Bach Nelson Burr Vermilyea, so give me a second. I'm going to go find out where that's at. Burr Vermilyea won by 20-some. And so as they head into the second game of their match against Bach Nelson, they had a spare up and a three-bagger now, and Bach Nelson have a strike and a couple of spares. So it's going to depend a little bit upon Gustafson Hersrud as to how they navigate the short here, because they're on the left lane now down there. And that's a split by Lucas I can see from here. They only had 180 their first game, and they only have 24 pins over Bach Nelson. It looks like Burr Vermilyea might be moving their way in from the 6th seed. And so for Chad and Dan, that means, it's going to be how Gustafson and Hersrud do in their match as to whether they can stay in the stepladder or not, or whether Gustafson and Hersrud maintain and drop from 4 to 5. But it looks like I think Burr and Vermilyea will move in, because they were only about 20-some back of Bach Nelson. But that match isn't over yet. They're only about 4 frames into that game. A lot can happen there still. Andresen and Blaney, again, they had a 50-pin lead, and then they won by almost 50. So with that bonus, I think they've stayed pretty safe being up there. And, again, Kimmer Upton, I think all that can happen there is they're just going to maybe flip-flop if Kimmer and Upton can just have a nice finish to go with the 250 start they had. Maybe an outside chance they can grab that number 1 seed, but I think all the drama hovers between the 4, 5, and 6 seeds, and obviously 2 of them are going to get in, and one's going to be out. We'll see who that is as the dust settles here. Yeah, I think it looks like it's going to be Bach Nelson on their way out of the stepladder. Gustafson Hersrud came back on the short pattern. Travis, it's his dad, Lucas, I think can punch out for 230, but now looking down there, I think it looks like he's already got a spare up. So he's probably in the 2 teens, 220s. Yeah, and he got that spare. And Bach Nelson are going to struggle to get to maybe like about 165, 170 on that match. So and they had already lost the first one against Burr and Vermilyea. And so it looks like I think Gustafson Hersrud are going to get enough to stay in. Andresen and Blaney, I believe, will stay in front of them. And even though the Kreyers are continuing to struggle a bit, it does look like they probably will hold on to that top seed as well. And I think Burr and Vermilyea, the only thing would be they were only 52 behind Gustafson Hersrud. So it's an outside chance Burr Vermilyea could actually get to 4. But I think Bach and Nelson drop down to 6. And your top 5 will end up being Kreyer, Kimmer Upton, Andresen, Blaney. And I think it'll be Burr Vermilyea and then Gustafson Hersrud. So anyways, I've got to go calculate everything for the stepladder as the scores come in. So I am going to leave the camera here on the last match, and then as soon as we've got everything in the stepladder started, I'll be back in for commentary. So hang tight with us, and we'll be back on soon.
Thanks for everything.
Thanks for bowling.
Thanks for playing bowling.
All right. Well, the prediction ended up being correct. So Burr Vermilyea got enough in that match to jump Gustafson Hersrud.
Broths.
And so we will have.
That's code for meth.
Yes, it is. So we will have the number 4 seeds, Burr and Vermilyea, against the number 5 seeds, Gustafson and Hersrud. Of course, there's no bonus or anything. This is just a straight 2-game total pinfall to advance. So got the left lane being the Aubly pattern, 2024 PBA Aubly pattern, and the right lane being the 2024 PBA Johnny Petraglia pattern. Those that may be just joining us for the first time, we had qualifying yesterday, and they put out the long pattern, which is the Petraglia pattern. That is 46 feet, 27 mils, and it's 5.2 to 1 for the ratio. Scores were pretty good on that. We got to like around plus 50, a low plus 50 was where that cut was hovering after the morning block. To make the top 12 for match play. And after the short pattern, we ended up at, I believe it was a small minus to get in. So the short pattern ended up playing a lot more difficult in the afternoon than what the long pattern did in the morning. Today we saw a real big mix of this. So today we put the left lane as the short pattern, the right lane as the long pattern. And, it looks like Burr and Vermilyea are deciding to have Gustafson and Hersrud start. This left lane starts each match here. And so they'll be taking the long pattern first and finishing on the short. Little swisher 7. Anyways, then today we really saw that short pattern. It was really tough to start, and it looked a lot like yesterday's qualifying did. And then there was a stretch, especially up here towards the high end, where it kind of like cracked open, and it was really playable. We had Kimmer and Upton, who are our number 2 seeds in the step ladder. They had a 300 on the short, and it was Burr Vermilyea, I believe, that had the 290 up there. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was the Kreyers. Kreyer squared. They had 290 up here as well, and that was on the short. And then within a couple of matches of that or games of that, there were like 2 or 3 more 250s that were thrown on the short. So it really kind of looked like there was a period of time where that short did kind of crack open a bit. But as soon as people maybe had to move off of that, then it became tight again. And as they had to move in and migrate a little bit in, as we see a dead 10 out of Lucas on it, after that light swishy 7, it seems like some carry down and the balls aren't really coming through it, especially through the pins the way they should. All right. Good work on the spare, though, for Lucas. And a quick strike for Erik there on the right lane. Well, that's a good break. That's a really good 9. Ryan going high twice now on that right lane. I saw Mike Skinner on 25 carry about 3 of those in a row and just could not figure out how the ball was going through the pins to knock all 10 down. But especially when there's been like 4 8-10s that have been left on 25 today. So nonetheless, he gets the job done. It gets through him right. And they're on their board, on the board with their first strike. Get through it. And he goes from dead 10 to rip 10. Makes a good move. Ball retains a little longer and then comes through a little too sharp. Still a good adjustment. Carry. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah. You can see by his reaction he didn't think that was going to get through it, but straight 2-game total. All right, another good 10-pin conversion. You're welcome. For Lucas. So we've seen light 7 from Brady, and we've seen a dead 10 from Lucas, and we've seen a rip 10 from Lucas, and now we've seen a dead 7-10 from Brady. Lane 25 in the short pattern, not very friendly. And again, probably 4 or 5 8-10s left throughout today on that lane too. Kickover now. Well, the good news for Gustafson Hersrud is that so far Burr and Vermilyea aren't going anywhere yet. They're just going at Dutch pace. Ryan can't quite seem to get lined up. Erik's been fortunate enough, to strike so far up until that shot, that shaker 7. So they're only back by 13. They can find a way to get the pins through, or the ball through the pins right. They can still make a bit of a comeback here. Oh, man. Lucas is definitely throwing the last 2 really good shots off of that dead 10 that he left right away. Oh, all right. Little skinny jeans spare, but he got it. Ryan going for some loft. There it is.
Hey, that was 17 on one shot.
Yeah.
That was 17 pins on one shot.
Didn't know you lofted it that far.
help, I'll help for a couple matches. And then, is the qualifying pot out? Have they posted that at all?
You mean the optional?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
That
Yep.
Well, we had a little question about qualifying, so I went and grabbed the qualifying sheets, and I was way off when I said it got to a small minus. I got busy late in the day, and I didn't see exactly how far it dropped, but man, from that cut being around 50 over, when the long pattern was over, it dropped to minus 55 to make it in. John Kreyer Jr. joining me in the booth here. Which direction did you guys go on the short?
We went plus, but just a little. We had a bad hiccup game on game 16, just caught a bad pair. And,
Oh, yeah, I did.
shot a 150.
Yep.
But no, the long we were good and consistent. We just couldn't break the 240 mark, but yet we were we're under 220 for one game. But yeah, the long we took advantage of it, and then the short once the righties, it kind of turned into ishy. We took advantage of it, and we're just kind of filling frames.
Yeah, I alluded to it earlier when I was talking that, when you've got all of the...
Thank you.
Thanks, Skinny. Good bowling, man. See ya. When you've got all of the teams out there bowling, and you've got so many diverse styles, and it doesn't matter how you should play the pattern, how you shouldn't play the pattern, but you got always going to be a team or two that's just going through and wrecking stuff,
Right.
And
right.
so it doesn't. That's why I think on day two you see everything looks so much better. Yeah, it's the top players that make it,
It's a
so
little bit
they're
more
better
refined.
players. But I don't think you have people just playing all over the place, right?
Right.
They're saying, okay, this is the defined area that I should try to play in, and they do for the most part. So I think it's been better today, but there still has been the disparity between the long and the short. The long has definitely outscored the short throughout today too.
I think the big thing too is, especially again, as you pointed out, they were more refined where they're playing, and then once they started to get torched, you saw guys actually try to go to the gutter to try to create different angles, just find some oil to create some type of shape. But the hard part is especially in this building, it's so picky pair to pair.
Yeah.
You got one pair, you finally lock in,
Yeah.
you go to your next pair and you throw the same shot. You could 2-8-10 or 3-7-9, and it's like, and then all of a sudden you're scratching your head. Now you only got 4 shots left to help your team,
Right.
to put up a game.
Right. Yeah, and I've watched Lucas this entire game throw. So has he struck? No.
No.
So he did not miss the pocket once on 25, and he went dead 10 and then rip 10. I didn't see the 8th frame, and then now a 4-pin on what I assume was another move. So, and this is a kid that's really improved a lot lately, like in the last couple of years. I mean, we've watched Zach Andresen for a while be really, really good two-hander, in our area, but Lucas has definitely shown himself to be a really solid two-handed player as well.
Most definitely.
To be reckoned with.
Well, at least he threw that one in the right spot there.
Yeah, and that's Erik, obviously, a very, very he's a nationally known player.
Very
He's got eagles. He's got a long history. So he's smart. There it is. Shutout averted on the 12th right there. All right, so we go into game 2. Everything's a 2-game total pinfall match here. So advantage Burr Vermilyea by 21. And we'll see how they attack the short. Erik was not very anxious to take this pair when he found out that this is the direction the match play was heading. So we'll see how they can navigate it. He's already not looking forward to this lane. He didn't mind the thought of 26.
Oh.
It was 25 he didn't want to be on.
Yeah, 25 seems to have his number for some reason in this house.
Yeah, and there we are out of the gate. Greek church right away. Are they building cars in this location too? It's very very loud grinder.
The idea there.
Oh, well, Brady fortunate that not a very good shot, but all right, Erik 5-3. Well, I'm hoping that was short-lived. I don't want to have to go say, hey, do we have to now?
Right. Yeah, just how quiet it is. Hearing a sandblaster is not a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Brooklyn for both Brady and Lucas right away out of the gate on the long, which, I mean, that sounds funny because, quite honestly, looking at it, I don't think they're playing them very far apart either.
No.
I mean, from right to left, I mean, Lucas is looking in the same area on the long as he was on the short.
Correct. Yeah, that oil in the front on the 46 it's really started to dissipate out.
Yeah.
I mean, even for us on the left side, we had a great shim all day, and we took a huge advantage of it in the middle part of the day today. And the righties now are so deep that we're actually seeing our ball hook twice.
Yeah.
And it's getting interesting.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's probably a little bit apparent too. I mean, I talked about this a bunch throughout the day. I was fortunate enough to have a little bit of help today in that to where I could get on the mic early and start talking matches. So it was about halfway through when I took to the mic, and that's kind of right in your stretch where you guys were really dominating. You know, you had the one match up here where you had 550 and swept.
Yep.
So, I mean, you're 150 over scratch and then another 50. So, 209.
Yeah,
but then you went
28 for our stretch of 3 games in there.
Right. And then you had 460 with 35 bonus, so another 100, and then you had 450. Then you had 5-0 scratch, and then you had 450 with another 50 bonus. So it's 4 straight matches where you're 100 plus, each match going up.
Yeah.
So obviously there was a period where the left was pretty nice. You had a good look at it.
Correct.
But then at the end, match 10, match 11, match 12, we had 3 matches that are under 400. Right, for your score, and you got blanked on one of them for bonus. Right, got swept.
Correct. Yep, we did.
So you can definitely see where some of that transition started to probably set in, and your reaction, really started to change.
It did a lot, and we kind of got caught in the position round where we still had the hold on the long, and then all of a sudden we got started. I struck using the hold, and then all of a sudden just disappeared. We could not keep the ball off the headpin. It was really unfortunate, and it put us in a bad spot because we got beat by 108 pins scratch the first game. So it's like we needed a scratch and claw just to hang on to the number 1 seed, and went back to the short. And I've been pretty consistent on the short all day, and Brandon's been throwing really, really well with the urethane, but with the front's getting tore up so much now that the urethane is starting to be a little touchy in the front now. So
what I was going to mention too, then, I mean, with you saying that, so you've been reactive all day?
Yep.
Yeah.
I've been actually up until our last match. I've only used 2 balls all day.
Okay.
very surprising on the short. Instead of using shiny,
shot,
we're
Erik.
using dull. And it just seems to be smoothing out the pattern.
Well,
reading
that's-
a little early.
Yeah, and that does make sense too to have it decelerate a little quicker and then blend that back end a little bit.
Right.
Oh,
there's a break.
What a break! Whew.
And actually, I had no idea throwing that ball until we had about 2 minutes of practice yesterday on the short, and then Brandon, he told me, he says, "Why don't you just go try some surface?" And I went and grabbed it, and I got all big bug-eyed, and I'm like, okay, I guess this is the ball.
Yeah.
So it ended up working.
So, did you find that you had any struggle? Were you guys in the same part of the lane?
No.
For the most part? Okay.
The only time we would really catch each other is after the ball came off the pattern. We were using the same path to the pocket, and I was probably maybe about 3 or 4 boards in from him at the arrows.
Sure, okay.
So,
Yeah.
I mean,
So you were able to stay away from whatever the urethane might have done up front a little bit by
little.
being a little in of it.
a little bit. Some of the tighter pairs
spare.
where I had to shift back left. I did catch it, so it's like I had to.
Sure.
I really had to be more crisp with the shot. But that was kind of one thing that we had talked about for 2 days now for him throwing the urethane, and it's like it would probably better be more of a defense move anyways, because if I catch it, it's going to make the ball skate, so where it's not diving through the nose and leaving ugly stuff.
Right.
Where it should just be a flat 7, and honestly, that's really what it turned out to be.
No.
I left a lot of flat 7s.
Sure. So what do we got here? If I can get the graphics down, right? 115 in the 6.
Gustafson
Oh, it's going to be.
by
There we
3
go.
Or 4 for this match so far. Game.
Yep. Float.
Good shot there.
Really good shot, yeah. And actually, it looks like, for the most part, there's not very many people that are out anymore on the short. I mean, everybody's migrated in quite a bit. So that's why they're kind of in the same part of the lane on both patterns, just where they're sending it to.
Yeah, totally agree with that. And it's back to what you had mentioned before. It's a lot more refined now, and it's just a matter of trying to get the right shape to go for the ball to go through the pins.
Yeah. Well, Lucas has absolutely smacked the pocket at will on both of these, minus his first shot where he was a little tester on the new lane, but
Right.
and he has just not been rewarded for a lot of those good shots. He did have back-to-backs in the 4th and 6th this game, but a lot of dead 10s.
They're all throwing really good quality shots. You know, they're doing exactly what they need to do. It's just knocking 10 down in one shot.
Yeah, well, it's all about how the ball is going to go through it, and that's something where it's really, having watched this pair a little bit throughout the day talking, the really good hits are not carrying.
No.
I've seen more of the can openers and just the ball hits, and you go, how did that go through that?
Right.
The right way to knock them down, and then you see somebody just sit and pound the pocket in all the right ways. Brady. Oh boy.
Oh, boy.
Oof. But yeah, I mean, then you go through and it looks like it should be going exactly the way it's supposed to be going through, and all of a sudden it just lays off and you got a dead 10, or you got the shaker 7 in there. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some pretty wicked hits on 25 today. We bowled the Polsers on this pair, and Clark threw a shot on 25, and it was great. He threw it really nice, got into the pocket, and actually wasn't light, it was flush. And he flushed a 4.57.
4-5. Oh, ooh.
It was one of the goofiest things I've ever seen.
Oh,
good shot by
see, but
Burr.
there's that. That's not high flush or really even flush, and it's laying off when it's getting there too, right?
We think
And
the ball took out the 10.
and somehow that takes everything off side to side.
Agree.
But the
yes.
ball that finishes and goes through is the one that sends up and around or actually leave something dead in the gutter. That's what's been weird to watch.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. That kid just couldn't get a break today on the step ladder pair here.
You know,
Man.
unfortunate, it just from bowling all day in match play today, it seems like that has happened a lot. And I mean, it's a really unfortunate break for Lucas to have that, to where your partner comes up and gets a huge break.
Yeah.
And then you turn around and you throw a good shot and you get the bad break.
Right. Yeah. The payback comes to you.
Pretty quickly.
Yep. Well, this one is going to go the Burr Vermilyea way. So let's see. We've got Zach Andresen and Andrew Blaney making their way then in for our next match. Number 3 seeds. We'll zip the cameras over to the next pair for them. And they'll get 2 shots on each. I'll go tell them everything they need to know, even though they know it. All right, we are underway. As you saw, Blaney with a strike there in the first frame for Andresen Blaney. And Ryan with a 10-pin. Two-hander advantage out of the gate. All right, good cover, Ryan.
Thanks for running it, Jason.
Absolutely. Thanks for bowling, guys. See ya.
See you later.
You bet. Yeah. Boy, did that just zap off the pattern. Holy buckets. Oh, he gets the 5 out. So Andresen Blaney, the top, or not the top seed, but the higher seed out of these two groups, choosing to start on that short pattern. Ah, 4-pin. Ryan, just a little bit of loft on that right lane for the long pattern. And we were just kind of talking off camera a minute ago about kind of where things are at with the lanes right now. And, realistically, yeah, you base things on where you should be playing them based on length and things like that. But at the end of the day, you have to play what's directly in front of you and what the lanes are giving you. And on both patterns, pretty much everybody has migrated quite deep. They all seem to be just searching for a little bit of hold, and I think it's going to be a definite battle to try and knock down Andresen Blaney, although they definitely had their own struggles today. Zach taking his time, post that shot. Yeah, he gave that one more room. He definitely thought about how he wanted to see that shape the lane. Oh, man. Well, Ryan's made 3 quality shots, 3 bad results. Well, unfortunate, unlucky results. Meanwhile, just one hiccup on the other side of the pair there. All right, good spare. Erik's just got a little more heavy roll to the ball, and he's got just a little less speed, and so he's able to get that ball to shape a little bit better to get through the pins. Ryan's just got a little lesser rev rate and a little more speed, and just kind of deflecting a little bit more for him. And Zach with a bucket. Maybe just got a little quick or missed in a little bit on that. And Erik's not taking the front part of the lane out of it either. He's definitely rolling the ball more in the front part. Ryan's got a little more speed, and he's got a little more loft to it. So, good conversion there for Zach. Let's see if Ryan can figure out the puzzle here and get one to go through the pins right. Golly. Well, the other side is one little mistake there by Andrew, that split that he threw. Otherwise, they've been extremely impressive, crisp, clean. So they maxed 238. And Vermilyea, Burr, Vermilyea, they're still going at a Dutch pace, but they can get that to, what do we got? 140, so they can still get to 230 to make this a match. Oh my goodness. What an unfortunate break. Man. Between the 10 pins from Ryan and then that, golly. Oh. Well, that's a big evener right there. All right, good spare, Erik. So that's only 2-0 when they were cruising at what should have been about 220, even with just a spare and a strike or vice versa. So, ouch, yeah. So this isn't that was far from over by any stretch. That was a big error by Zach in the 10th. There it is, Ryan finally found one. Get through the pins the right way. Sets up the possibility for these guys to take the first match, which is incredible if you would have asked me in the 7th frame if they even had a chance. Golly. Man. Yeah, so they're going to be down no matter what. Picks up the spare. Gets a strike. We got 199. They'll be down by 7 as they flop patterns and go to the other side. Good spare. They'll be happy to get off. So we're going to be eight pins different. Well, it was just some good shots, and as soon as Ryan got the ball to go through the pins the right way, Erik couldn't. And not from a lack of trying. That 8-pin was really brutal. That's like a Randy Peterson Stone 8. That was a really well-executed shot. Change patterns and much of the same. Ryan with a dead 10 on his first. And a 5-7. That thing really laid off down lane for him. Good spare for Ryan. Good spare. Good shot. Zach, a little loft. Yeah, it's just that higher rev rate that still gets that ball to shape. Ryan tried to use loft, and it kind of quivered. Carry it. All right. Yeah. You see Andrew making the little circle motion with his hand. He thinks he got around that a bit and kind of made it skid a little behind it, which probably very well is what happened. And on the long right away on this pair anyways, it doesn't look like his look is necessarily the greatest. Really good shot for Erik there. As he's left a 5-7 and then a 10, so between two shots he's got the full lily. Good spare. Yeah, Ryan either missed in or he made a move, and if he did, I don't know that that's the right move because he had finally just struck on the last shot and it looked good. So I'll go with he missed in, but he's got 2-4-5 in front of him. Less loft, more through the face. All right, good spare for Ryan. All right, so as we're heading into the back half of the game, Vermilyea, Burr, they've made up the difference that they had from the first game. Oh! Oh! After the 8-pin on 30, his head would have exploded had that actually stood up. Then Andrew finally gets one to go through the pins right and has that happen. Well, I don't think Ryan has the best look on this, but he's keeping it in play, which is huge. And even his miss is a convertible spare. So we got 19 pin advantage, 29 if you count the double. And then again, it was 8 after the first game, so about 21 pins to the Burr Vermilyea team right now. Moved in with less loft. There's the answer, Zach. Good shot. Well, that's a break. Andrew got in front of the ball return here a little bit. Oh, break for break. All right, good shot for Zach. Here we go. All right. Yeah, so we got, with their double, the 4-bagger, where are we at? Get the graphics out of there. 128, 147, 19 minus the 8s. We're 11. 11 pins as we head into the 10th. Oh, that's costly. It's going to be a big shot for Andrew right here. He got that break in the last shot. Clearing the 410 out of there. Set that a little short. 10 pin. .246 max here. And, yeah, Kirkhoven Mass says 27 max for those guys. So this will go Burr Vermilyea. Good shot, Zach. There we go. Made a little move in. Gave that one a little more room right. 247, plenty enough. All right, we'll have the team of Dan Kimmer and Mike Upton moving in. That one's all she wrote, 246, 217 for the last game. Good tournament for Zach and Andrew. All right, I'm going to get this squared away. I'll be right back. All right, we are underway. Practice is all over for these guys. This is your semifinal match. Mike Upton, Dan Kimmer, your number 2 seed versus Ryan Burr, Erik Vermilyea, who have been climbing the ladder as the number 4 seed and have won the first 2 matches they've had. Upton with a washout on the short pattern. Only takes 2. Burr with a spare. So this is the dreaded pair. I think most right-handers were kind of a little scared of the lane 25. You'll have to flip on. Sitting down in the booth, your CBA president and your newest Hall of Fame inductee after last night, Superior Performance inductee Matt Payne.
Well, hello.
They look kind of soft.
Oh, yeah, I think they're opening.
Oh, man.
I think they're just getting good. And honestly, we finished on this pair today, and I thought the left lane was actually the easier of the two. But it's not looking that way right now.
You did have 2 8-10s, though, on that
I sure
lane.
did. Thanks for bringing that up.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that was like 4 matches before, but yeah, no, that was fun.
Well, and we've seen similar reaction out of that lane. Of course, that last match was something watching, like Vermilyea's 8-pin and just a couple different reactions. Or Blaney leaving the 5-7 and then a 10 right after it. So you just got like the worst look in the world in your mind.
Right. Yeah, no, they're not getting any better looking. And then you do that, you're like, oh, I got to get a bit of room, and then it never reads.
Yeah. Well, and I've seen that a bunch on that short pattern where as soon as you started getting pushed deeper on it, so you were out of the area that's where you should be playing or whatever, right? And you get having to create angle at it, all of a sudden you create too much angle and you just wave it goodbye.
Right. You wouldn't think that on the lane that's literally hooking, but nope. Yeah, you missed the headbin to the
Good
right.
spare. Yeah.
That is a good spare. I don't know if there's an easy spare yet right now. These are brutal. I guess a single pin should probably be pretty easy, but going cross lane can get kind of funky now too.
Yeah. Well, we're definitely in a bit of a pillow fight start.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, not a strike yet.
There it comes.
I spoke it into
existence. Way to go. Well, we had mentioned it earlier, but if you're watching at home and you're a bowler and you're planning on bowling next month, you should put your cheering pants on for Kimmer and Upton.
Yep.
As they are not in the Bet You Win. So that money would carry forward to next month. Plus, they would be first-time winners, which...
Yeah, that's always cool.
It's always cool.
Ooh.
Oh, man.
Pretty good shot. Kind of a low wrapping 10. Like, it was a wrap 10, but it wasn't like your normal wrap 10. Oh. Light mixers.
Ryan's... Yeah. Well, actually, when John Kreyer sat in for a couple of games when we were talking, I said it's just been weird, especially on 25 and 26, watching how the ball can go into the pins so bad and knock 10 down, and it goes in there just driving and not decelerating and just as should be. And it could leave a dead 10 on one that looks like it just should be driving through the pins, you know? And then this can opener hits, and they just all flop over.
Yeah. Or you go light, and all of a sudden you have the head pin goes across the lane 3 times to take out everything else. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, Mike can't even quite get to the head pin here yet.
Right. But if he squares up, the thing's going to check mark, and he's not going to.
Right.
He's going to leave a design that. And it's hard. Like Ben ran into that. That's Ben Lemieux, my partner. He ran into that where he would wave at the head pin, and then he'd square up, and it would go right through the face. The left lane, that pattern was brutal yesterday. That was tough.
Yeah.
And then today, the beginning of the day, it was just as bad. And then all of a sudden, it became scoreable, and I think you can tell by the scores. Like scores went up a little bit, and then all of a sudden it came back down, and it's been pretty tough.
Talked about that like 5 different times.
It's crazy.
Yep. You could see this point how, I mean, it started with how qualifying on the long pattern ended, and it was about plus 50 for the cut. And when we came back in the afternoon and all the dust had settled, it was minus 50 after the short pattern was out. So the cut dropped 50 or 105 pins when the short pattern was applied. From there, today you saw the same thing. But all of a sudden there was this point in time, and it's just, you can just look at the scores going back on it, and you've got, that's right here in match 6 where that cracked open.
Yeah.
And you had a 300, a 290, and like 5 250s, all within like just 4 or 5 games there, right in that area. And then as fast as it was there, all of a sudden it was gone again, and you were watching balls because people had to get in, and they had to get more angle at the spot.
You had to get steep, and yeah, that makes it tough.
And that makes carry extremely tough.
Yes, and then you were just talking about how the carry characteristics here were goofy, where you'd have a ball face up, look like it's going to be great, and you'd wrap a 10 or 4 pin out of somewhere.
Yep.
And then, but you'd leak one right, and they would just barely touch the head pin. All of a sudden, you've toppled 10 over.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, all right, well, which one do I line up for at this point?
Yeah. I saw Skinner throw 4 in a row on 25 when he was on this pair. Not one of them did I think had any chance of leaving anything but a Lily or an 8-10. And he had a 4-bagger on him. They all just can opened.
Yeah.
That's going to get the head pin. Yeah.
Yep, and that's what I said. You like shut her down a little bit, and it's read early or it's just too much. Well, that's pretty good. They doubled up twice now.
Well, that's going to be
Tough to beat.
Well, yeah.
Especially on this pair. I think that pair over there was a little more friendly. But
yeah, I mean, you're going into the 8th frame, and no, you don't have a strike yet. So if the other team has doubled twice,
that's tough.
Definitely advantage them.
Oh. Wow.
He just floated that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I would have 8-10 if I'd have thrown a ball like that.
Yeah.
Because that ball was going to the right of the head pin the whole way. I don't know how he got the...
I would have 4, 5, 7, 8, 10. Ball would have went right through the 3, 6, 9.
That's pretty good.
That one carried too, yeah.
That was a really well thrown shot.
Yeah.
Kimmer throws the ball really well.
He does. And he's definitely improved over the last handful of years too.
Yeah. Very solid at the line. Not that Upton doesn't throw it very well, but
No, former state all events champion and that he's got some ability.
Fast 8.
Oh.
That's a little deflating. Because that was well thrown.
Yep. Yep, good spare. Yeah, a little frustrated.
Yeah, hard not to be.
Yeah, throwing some, struggled right away, but then throwing some good shots here coming down the stretch. And 4 pin and a fast 8.
Well, hopefully the goal at this point is to get as much as you can to keep it reasonable going into this next game, and hoping that they struggle, the other team, on this 25, and you take advantage on 26.
Right. Yep. Definitely forgot where he was standing.
Yeah. Oh, that's happened. Very much so. Especially early in the day. You're like, I feel like I'm like a dot further to the right than I should be. Or I'm a dot further to the left. You're like, huh. It's good you catch it. It's bad when you throw it and you're going, oh, what the heck?
What did I do there?
There
you go. Well, good shot. Good step back. 183, 221 max. So we're going to have advantage Burr Vermilyea going in here, I think, no matter what. But
how much?
Just how many, yep. Good shot.
It's really well. He's kind of trapping it down lane. He's not getting it to the right at all.
Yeah.
And obviously that works, so that must be the play, because I'm sure it chirps at you if you get it to the right because of all the traffic.
Yep.
Another well ball. Oh.
Seen that a bunch on 25 too.
Yeah. Just can't slap the 7 out.
Yep, that little half 7 just doesn't want to go.
It's always irritating when you see 4 pins laying around it and you're like, you want one of you could hit it.
Yeah, how did none of you get there? Yeah, that was a little move in, it looked like to me. Or miss in. I mean, one of the two, but
just hit flat. I was telling Kimmer, because people that are watching him, they were asking about bowling balls. He had a IQ Ruby up there, and they asked if it smelled like cherries, and I told them, I go, they should probably put a smell on that plastic ball. They should have it like, fresh linen or something, because it, blue and white.
Right.
He liked it. I don't know if Storm, if you're listening, my idea, you can't steal it.
Yeah, right. Well, you got 37 advantage.
That's not
Vermilyea, so
but
no, it's not insurmountable by any means.
Not great. You'd rather be at 7 or something like that, but you don't have a choice at this point. You guys struck twice in one game.
No, and I remember just 2 matches ago watching these guys on the short, and it's tough for both.
Oh yeah. Let's see what Ryan does here. I was gonna say, he's been throwing kind of BBs at the head pin, so
that was a BB at the wrong side of the head pin.
Well, if you would have thrown it a little bit further to the left,
yeah,
it
would have been perfect.
It'd have been great. And when we played Upton and them, they absolutely whacked this lane. They absolutely kicked us on that lane. This is where they made their hay.
All right, good cover. Yeah. Yeah, this is where they made their hay, and then somewhere down towards the middle, more like 18, 19, 17, somewhere in there, they had 300.
Yeah, that's a helpful score.
Yeah, that definitely gave them a good boost too.
There was a 300 in qualifying yesterday, as well as a 299 in qualifying yesterday.
There was, yeah. I forgot about the 299. That's right.
Yeah. On 25 of all.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. Yeah, by Payne and Lemieux.
Okay. You guys are the ones that did it.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I forgot all about that. I remember the 300. I just didn't remember you guys failing.
Yeah, I failed. Ben let me know I failed multiple times. You could have shot 300. Your wife was here. All this stuff, and I failed.
All right. There's a BB to the other side of the head pin.
All of them? Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Very fortunate.
I would hope that Upton makes a big move here because that ball checked at his toes
Yeah.
last time.
Yep.
Oh boy, he did it again.
Yeah.
Win Brooklyn.
Oh, well, go to the well.
Yeah. Hey, as long as there's still water in there, go for it.
Yeah. Oh.
There's one of those hits you're
Yep.
talking about.
Yep.
You don't think it should carry, and yet somehow 10 pins are down.
Somehow it tickles and 10 flop. All right, we got a ball change coming up here.
Wow. Wow.
Not his fault.
No, that's not his fault. You have to take it. Great shot.
Yeah, it was a good ball change for sure. All right, well, we got a good match now.
We sure do. Ooh. I was going to say,
Yeah.
that got right early.
And maybe even a little soft. And I mean, he got on that one, too.
All fingers were accounted for
Yeah.
on that one. Let's see if maybe Upton goes to the well one more time just for giggles. Yuck. Oh, they're talking about ball changes and how they thought they should have changed before.
Right.
Easy to say after you do that.
Extremely.
All right, well.
'84, 94 on the fifth, 106. Yeah. I mean, we're within about 10 pins here total.
Good two.
Good two, yep.
He's been doing that all day. I don't understand.
I don't, yeah, right.
I don't understand it.
Just,
It's great that it works. I just don't get it.
Just a 17-mile-an-hour floater.
Right. I'm assuming it's because I could only see the thumb hole turn over 3 times as he threw it, but I still don't get it. Oh, boy.
That ball change looked good last frame, but
When pressure's applied.
yeah.
Oh, he moved in again.
Oh.
Two? Oh, boy.
Wow, did that hook.
Whoa. I was thinking he was going to take the 6 back. Then I was thinking, hoping he hit the 6.
Yeah.
That's new.
Little chirpy spare ball.
All right, Mike.
Well, waiting in the wings, we got the Kreyer squared pair John.
I like to call them the Fighting Kreyers.
Yeah, Fighting Kreyers.
They are waiting in the wings. I think he made a
He-
ball change there.
Yeah.
but He just can't get
He
the
can't
ball
get
down
the ball
lane.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spinorama. Another 4-pin. At this point, those are good.
He really tried to stuff that one.
Yeah.
Good spare. Especially when your spare ball's hooking.
Right?
Well, 204 max is what we've got here for Burr Vermilyea.
Well, they can get to 220 on the right.
220, yep. 223 still available.
Oh, hit it.
Come on.
Well, so what do we got? 2-teen?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, that's kind of
12.
We're getting to the point where it's kind of almost over, right? Because they have a 30-pin lead.
It was 20. Was it 21? No, 37. Sorry,
Yeah,
that was the last
37.
match. It was 21. Yeah,
He
37.
needed,
yeah.
Oh, no.
That'll do
now
her.
it's done.
That'll do her.
That's a bummer.
Well, they'll be in just 3 Brooklyns.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he absolutely could not get the ball to the right of that pin.
Yeah.
Thank you. Could it?
There it is, 192. Oh, and then we got, I missed the baby split.
Yep. And okay. So 180. 180 waiting you warm.
Yep.
Well, that's not a score you see often. Chargers were down 3-2.
It's like 6-4.
Right.
Hey, 2 field goals, 2 safeties.
Right.
No, 5 safeties. 6-4. All right, 192 to 181. Burr Vermilyea move on.
Over to this pair.
Be on 29 and 30 for a finals. They'll come on for 2 shots on each, and we'll be back in a minute. Did you want a beer?
They're erasing scores here, so I think we're back. We're back in business. We'll see the Kreyer get choice. Sounds horrible, Corby, that you're drinking rum in Prague. I should probably do that a little closer to home.
Yeah.
Brian Savoy.
You say Corby's in New Prague?
Not New Prague, just Prague.
Oh, my bad. I used to live in New Prague. I was curious.
Just Prague.
I was wondering where he was.
Prague.
I'd probably been there.
I mean, it's a huge city here in Minnesota.
5,500.
Alive?
8-lane center.
Darren Pomage, 900.
Was a fun night.
He owns the place, so I bet the drinks were pretty cheap.
No,
After he shot
no.
900.
No, we paid regular price.
Oh, good thinking. I feel like you shoot 900, it's like a hole-in-one, but for infinity.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least it should be. Okay.
He gets done, and I step outside. I call rest in peace, Gary Arnson. I'm like, Gary, subbing down here tonight. Pomage just shot 900. No, he didn't. I said, no, I'm serious. I'm not messing with you. He goes, there's no way. He did not believe me. He apologized the next day when he had heard about it and found out or whatever from what I guess is reliable sources, because
You're not?
even though I was there on his team that night, I'm not reliable on that.
Well, that was after a re-rack. He got 6. That's why I don't re-rack, because if I re-rack and I do that, then I feel like a big idiot.
You're right.
I mean, I feel like a big idiot no matter what, but I would feel like a bigger idiot doing that.
Unless there's someone just like him, I heard a lot of people. Okay. I was like, did he look familiar?
You know, I don't.
Weren't the lefties on top like just about all day today?
Yeah.
I figured.
At one point, they had a 300 and some pin lead over second.
That's comfortable.
Yeah. So they had a bit of a struggle, and John was on the mic. We talked about it a little bit. And it's kind of right here at the end where I think they started catching a lot of the right traffic up front, because now both patterns everybody's left on.
Yeah.
You know. It's a good shot, Brandon.
Yeah.
But yeah, they finished shooting 350, 390, 350
Yeah.
their last 3 matches. And they hadn't had anything under 420 prior to that in a match. Yep.
Not to mention catching their own traffic, right?
Yep. And that's just it. And Brandon was using urethane almost all day. John and I had talked about that a little bit. I said, did you ever catch any of that? Would that ever, create traffic issue for you? And he said, not really. He was left of him, or right of him, pretty much all day.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what happened there. Oh,
Because they're walking down there.
they're still collecting.
Well, good
Yeah,
for
leave
him.
that pain banner up there. He should be left there.
Good for him to hold on.
That would have been fun if they had stood on 28 waiting for them to finish so they could pull up the
25 and kept going. I think they caught John a little bit on his first shot, so I think he was a little prepared and waiting for it.
That was much better.
Yep. Oh.
Thumb held onto the ball, apparently. Another re-rack.
Just long enough. Well, they've set the world record for re-racks in 4 frames.
Right. Scott Anderson has the record for box. They've got the record for re-rack.
Yes. Yes,
Both
he
set
does.
here.
Yes, he does.
That was pretty
Yeah.
good for a 9.
Yeah.
We almost looked like he kind of knew. Oh, I believe they call that an upper decker 7-pin. I think he threw the 4-pin over top the 7 there. They're going Dutch.
They are.
And John yelled
They're
hook
gonna.
there.
Yeah. They're gonna need to be going a little bit better than Dutch here, I think.
I do.
Oh. Fighting chance. At
Boy,
the
it would've
7
been
if
fun
it
to
was
see.
there. Yeah.
We this is not to jinx them. Don't we have a possibility of a repeat champion back-to-backer?
You do?
Yeah. I mean, I guess I don't care if I jinx them, but it's not me, so it's cool. That was really well thrown.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for bowling, guys.
Thank you.
Yep, you too. See ya.
Thank you. 4-pin.
There's the 4 he tripped. Yep.
I'm not sure he moved off that last 4-pin.
I don't know that it was so bad, but
Yeah, no,
it is the second one where he's. I think he's just in. It's just coming in a little behind it and dead.
yeah.
It's hard to say on that side what he's seen, but it seems like if he could touch just a titch friction a little sooner.
Right. And I think I just heard Vermilyea goes, I guess I have to move. So I'm right when he didn't move. Do we know if there's been a father-son doubles team that's won? Ooh. Or, I mean, obviously there's been a doubles teaming
I
that
don't
way. But
think there's been one that's won.
All right.
We just had to look into how many fathers and sons have had 300s,
Okay.
both in CBA competition, which makes 3.
All right.
So Chad Meyer contacted me saying that, and hopefully he knows this isn't letting any cat out of the bag or anything, but they're either Charlie's going into or is in going to be inducted, has been voted in the Hall of Fame up in Alexandria. So then they contacted me to see, because Matt and Charlie both have 300s in CBA competition,
Sure.
to see he asked that
Great
to lay
shot.
off.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I just said I think he needs to do. Get
Right.
that a further left, touch that friction, and actually face it up correctly. So that's funny he saw it that way.
And he gives it room, and he
Yeah. Yep.
I now understand why he didn't want to move.
Yep. And that would
Anyway.
be Brandon Fitek and Carl Fitek and Erik
Oh.
and Denny Schott.
Okay. Well, does Terrence have a 300? You could have brothers.
I'm sure he does. Yeah.
Uncles and
Yeah.
all that.
That family is probably. And, I would bet the Savoy,
Yeah. Oh yeah. Denny
Ryan,
and-
but Denny and Todd for sure, I bet do. And then Ryan could, so he would be another to make
Yeah.
a father and son combo. Yeah.
That's kind of cool. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, about that.
Yep.
Trying to give it room, and it's so crazy. 25 would have no problem getting back from there, and it's not making it back on 29. It's just amazing how pairs play like that. It's topography, the way people played them. It's, I don't know. It's interesting to me.
I think it has something to do with the lane.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think it's way less about how anything was played and way more to do with just
Topography and...
yeah, it's something to do with with the lane surface and that, or yeah, how it's installed, if you will, or whatever. But
yeah, he didn't get that to the left like you said.
yep. Yeah, and I don't think he actually thought that the last shot was all that good.
Right.
So I'm pretty sure that's not what he's playing. And he slowed that down just a little bit, tried to get it to face up, and
Puh. Make your spare. There you go.
all right, good spare.
Miss in on the shorter oil pattern on a spare like that frightens me. I'm sure he didn't miss in, but oh.
Well, not your fault.
At worst, they have a 13-pin lead. They have a 13-pin lead.
No.
The Kreyers have.
193 to 206. Kreyers are 206, yeah.
Yep.
Interesting.
What are they arguing over?
Oh, who was clean, who wasn't clean.
Thank you.
Interesting. They've changed who's starting and finishing the game for the Kreyers, and Burr and Vermilyea have stayed the same. Vermilyea finishes. It was interesting because we crossed with them on Saturday qualifying with the Kreyers, and John comes up to me and he goes, "This is the first time I've not finished games," because Brandon was finishing.
Yep.
And I think that went the whole day. There may have been a couple times where John finished, but it was interesting.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure today has been that day, way the whole day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where Kreyer's finished, or John's firing.
No, where Brandon has finished everything up until this right here. Carry that now.
Ooh. That was pretty
Good shot. Yep. I guess if you feel like you're going to throw it like that, or know you're going to throw it like that, I'd Moved myself into the anchor
Yeah.
pretty quick, too.
Oh,
Oh, Erik.
I wanted to call uh-oh, but I thought maybe it'd hang on, but
You don't see that a lot out of him.
no.
He's a good spare shooter.
Not to call him out, but I saw Chad with a new spare ball.
Mm-hmm.
And
I did
he
too.
missed some spares. And I had told him, because he pulled it out Saturday, and I told him, you might want to hit that with a little surface to catch that. And he missed pins because it would slide by.
Yeah, it kept sliding.
Yep.
Well, he has a head, a very old.
Team Storm, right?
Yeah, one of the clears, and he just got a new clear, the white clear, but
Out of
she
the box.
glossy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I talked to Ullman about it. Ullman said, yeah, we had a conversation on the way home last night about how it hydroplaned and it wouldn't read. And
Yeah.
Ooh. Hurry.
Well, the lefties are asking for it, and they're getting rewarded.
Oh, yeah.
They're talking to it, and it's working.
I think they're the only ones here that were able to ask for it and have it happen. I didn't. But they're not going to go without a fight. That's
No,
for sure.
not at all. And I mean, like I said, uncharacteristic to have Erik,
Miss
miss
a
that
10.
single pin and that. And it's tight. What was it again? What did we say? 13?
13.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, didn't get there.
Nope. Oh. Oh.
Good grief. Wow.
Uh-oh. Father-son scuffle.
Yeah, we got dissension among the ranks.
A kerfuffle, if you will. Oh. Get 3?
You got 2.
Oh, okay. Well,
Oh. It was,
better than the none.
I thought that was 6-0. I agree. Well,
And Ryan kind of gave it back to him.
exactly. I was about to say, well, they could pick up some ground, and then the 5-7.
As I believe Ullman said today, that it got a little chilly.
Yeah, I
the
got
5-7 there.
got cold quick.
Yeah. Oh, that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was in, and he hit up on that as well. Combo the
wasn't-
2. Yep.
Wasn't going to leave it short.
Well, let's see if Erik can take advantage here now of the opportunity. Ryan wasn't able to capitalize. Crumbler.
Yeah. Better than high flush here, it seems like.
Well, I think we've seen enough that flush or high flush isn't the best here.
Right. Oh, hooked. Ooh. What do we got here? Oh, that was a good shot. No, 5-7. All right. 6-2, 6-2. read. Oh, what a great shot. Great shot.
Yeah.
Shake it off and go after the spare.
That's all you can do.
Hard to do.
If you,
God, is it hard to do.
Yeah, if you go back and watch this telecast, though, you'll see Vermilyea's 8-pin and a few others that just you're not the only one to catch that bad break, you know.
Exactly.
You got to just keep the mind clear, get up there, go get it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, bowling's one of those, like, after it's off your hand, you can't do anything about it.
Can't control it from there. Great shot.
Yeah, it was.
Definitely pulled up the bootstraps when he needed it.
That was better.
He ain't lying. Yep. He ain't lying. That was much better.
The graphics are...
Well, they slowed down my math. Oh, wow. Wow, is that maybe going to be huge?
Wow.
That could be huge.
Because what do they have, a 14-pin advantage right now? Like, in this game, they're down 13, right?
Right.
Yeah, there's
So
14.
they got 234 max to 220 max. So as it stands,
wow.
As it stands, I was going to say everybody punches out, and that's one pin.
Right.
You know.
You never know. Make your spare.
No, that's the big thing, right? He's got to keep that head calm and get the spare, get work done in front of you.
Real ballsy. I don't know that I could have hooked at a spare like that.
Yeah.
Just
I don't ever. So I
Right.
So I never get it. Yeah.
All you can do here is strike.
Do what you did the last
Right.
time when you got up and said that's better.
Right.
I'm just throw that better shot.
Yeah.
Well, he got some help. I mean, that could have been worse.
Yeah, it sure could have. But I think that kind of puts it out of range, isn't it?
My
only
math
13.
isn't good enough to know what happens if there's
2.
trouble on the other side here right now. But I think you're right. They're in the
Ooh.
70s, 80s, 90s.
I was gonna say that didn't get off there clean, but
73. Yeah, they got
89.
20. They got
Yeah,
23.
It's over.
Yep.
We have a back-to-back champs.
Yeah.
Last time that ever happened was
just recently.
Hilly and Millie.
Who went back to back twice?
Yeah. Well, 3 Peters. I think
4.
it was 4 Peters. Oh
That's what I said. Yeah, back to back twice.
no, that's back to back to back, the back to back.
They went back to back, and then they went back to back.
That does not.
Hey,
Doesn't work for me.
back to back to back to back. I did enjoy Tony Oliva's comments. Shout out Tony Oliva for the way to go, Hilly and Millie.
Yeah.
And keep it up, Hilly and Millie. On the qualifying sheets when they weren't bowling. Shout out to both of them, though.
Take your shoes off first.
We do always miss you here. So, Nick, I know you got some stuff going on and everything else. Wish you the best with it, and wish you guys could have been here, but hopefully we see you next year.
Why? I think he's opening up a dog
He
shelter
is.
thingy.
Yep. He's
That's-
doing
that's
something.
pretty cool. Let's
Yeah.
put that on blast. I'd like to talk about that.
Yeah.
I was, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah, he's doing. And I didn't mean to make it sound like he had health issues or anything like that.
well,
he's
I mean,
dealing
Andy
with.
Mills is his health issue.
That's
but-
so true. No, but he just he's got some business stuff going on that he's starting, and it's taking a lot of his time in that, so he's busy with it. But yeah, we did miss you guys. But yeah, let's give congratulations where it's due. Back-to-back champions, Ryan Burr, Erik Vermilyea.
Yeah. That means they have to
great
come
bowling.
back next year. So you know you have at least one doubles partner.
Yes, that's right. We have one team for sure that will be here. Great effort all day by the Kreyers. I mean, basically at one point being 300 and some ahead in the match play.
Yeah.
But it all does come down to the end of it. And I think at the end, the lanes finally did get to where, I mean, the left side was really tough to navigate. And it kind of showed there where they had to struggle to try and, just get the shots to the pocket the right way. But great effort all day. They bowled great all day. So we'll see them here again for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
November 17th, Garden Center. That's the next Bowler of the Decades event for us. So make sure and catch that one. Other than that, that's about all I got, Matt. Congratulations on your induction last night. Great
Thank
to
you.
have you be a part of the Hall of Fame.
And
You
if
bet.
I didn't say it in my speech, I appreciate everything you and Corby and, well, the actual tournament directors, Stacy and the daughters, that whoever.
Allie's
Allie.
always here. Yep,
Allie.
yep. Shout out to Allie. She's always
They
the
do
one.
all the work.
Yeah.
You just are the face, I guess. Which
Yeah,
you should
yeah,
probably find a different face. But
Yeah, you could find a better looking face for sure.
But all right, thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Absolutely. Congratulations. What an honor. Hopefully we'll see everybody then next month, November 17th. Thanks.